and now present the trophy.
You're always welcome here in Winnipeg.
He's gonna do it in here, making up enormous strides. Street Prancer coming to the wire. He's gonna take the Manitoba. Flashy Jewel with 6. One more try. Flashy Jewel is gonna hang on with 6. A courageous second. Money. Let him get close, and he's unleashed the hound in the Derby. Oil Money. He can't go a mile and an eighth. He did it in the 71st running of Derby. Something natural is not going to do it today. He's due to the wire. Mongolian win. Me up. Yeah, baby. Red Nods will take the 74th running of the Manitoba Derby.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, Day 33. On the racing calendar, let's take a look back at yesterday's racing action. Yeah, it was Derby Day, great wagering, great races, and a great day for jockey Antonio Whitehall, as he did have 2 wins on the card. His first win was in the escape clause, the $50,000 stake rates for older fillies and mares. That was Chavi and Chow with Big Stretch in the escape clause. Then in the Harvey Warner Manitoba Mile, then it was Antonio Whitehall with a great ride on Big Nick, saving ground, pouncing on him and going on to victory. And then, of course, in the Manitoba Derby, again, Antonio Whitehall with Mano Dura taking over, laid over the big favorite Heroic Move to give him the double. And on the trainer side, Carl Anderson had a good day. He also had 2 wins. So as it stands in the jockeys' standings, it is Antonio Whitehall up by 8 on jockey Jorge Carreño. On the trainer's side, Jerry Gorno up by 9 on Wendy Anderson's stretch. What a great day yesterday. Unfortunately, we were blanked out, but a great day for all.
It was a great day by all. Antonio had a much better day than we did.
Oh, he definitely did.
He did. It's impressive. 2 big stake races. I just got to start before I just mentioned about the track. Record handle of all time here at ASD. 3.7 million. Appreciate everybody supporting, following along. As Kirt just mentioned, so there's a lot more money to be won yesterday, and we helped give that.
We definitely
put
did
that
help.
money in there to help support the winners, because we just were not correct. I thought that there were no real surprises. We just tried to beat a couple of the favorites and tried to beat some closers and stuff, or some speed horses, and the speed was holding, going short.
Was it ever?
And you could close on the mile races. Patient ride by Antonio in both rides. In fact, it was on the rail. And when Antonio spoke at the press conference yesterday, he mentioned that was the plan: get to the rail, save some ground, and explode. And how often does a plan go in a race? Usually.
That's usually plan A, but it goes to plan C, D, or E by the time you hit the head of the lane.
Exactly, and so just such a good ride. The horse paid, the winner paid $30. I thought that was a bit of an overlay.
Was it ever?
I like the 8 only to run second in that race just after that one start here from over the track, which always helps. And just in regards to the track, I got the track playing about 5 lengths fast going from there, and you could close, like I said, on a mile. But if you were going short, you had to be on the lead, and the chasers kind of kept going. And many of the ones that were chasing still hung around.
And it seemed like inside horses had a distinct advantage over the outside horses.
I agree with you. And that was, again, maybe Antonio recognized that in especially the 2 stake races, and then even the speed races going short. So the good news is, Kirt, we have a new day. We can start it over. A little bit of a different type of card, but there's a winner in every race. I think it's a fun card today.
I definitely think so also. Let's kick it off with an allowance race for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds, fillies and mares 3 and up. This is the distaff trial going 7.5 furlongs. Stretch, who do you like?
Yeah, it is a good race to kick it off, and I'm glad you said it was for the trial. I'm going with the 6 as my top selection. This horse looked completely different last time, and I've learned that the key to this horse is if she gets the lead, watch out. Absolutely different horse when she does. I think she can get the distance. Her breeding says she can get the distance, and I think she does get the lead. Last time the 1 did go to the lead, but doesn't have Lady Cop's speed on that. So I think she's going to clear. It's just a matter of get the distance, but I think she can. We'll see about the price. The 1 ran a nice race last time. Did go to the lead. Race. Controlled it, but there wasn't really no speed. We discussed it handicapping, trying to figure out who would go to the lead. And
I thought Mechanic Susie would press.
Exactly. And so that just ended up, it was a real good ride by Bino there. And he just shut it down and kept going. I think the horse can chase and try to take a run at the 6 late. Because this horse, I thought, is more of a closer than an actual speed horse. And then let's go to the 2 as my... one that's going to kind of sit back in the weeds and try to close late. If some of them try to go after the 6, maybe this one picks up the pieces. 8 of 10 in the money at the distance. So, if it was a show parlay Wednesday, Kirt, maybe you could jump on that. Then you'd stop. Then you'd stop another one for show. So my picks are 6, 1, 2.
Yeah, I agree with you. The speed is Lady Cop. They took her off Lasix last time out, and maybe that was a bit of the key also. But look at the time of the race. Went down there in 1:10 and 2 after a even half mile and 46 and change. Just kept pouring it on. If Lady Cop has changed, big shot to win, but she is going around 2 turns for the first time. So I'm a little reserved on that, going all in off that absolute huge effort. I agree with you with Russian Pearl. But I'm taking a shot in here with number 4, Aramon. Why would I take this horse? Well, Lady Cop goes to the front. Maybe goes really quick. Russian Pearl puts on some pressure. If Lady Cop doesn't do the solid fractions, if they go in 47 and change to the half mile, which we've seen several times last night, that is going to set up for someone to come off it. And Aramon's race, first time out, was a great one against Ensley's Dream. Rallied really well in the last couple outings, has been sprinting. But this horse is much better going around 2 turns. Carl Anderson had a good day yesterday with 2 wins. So I'm going to put it on top, take a shot. I'm giving you 4, 1, and 6. Now we're carrying on to race number 2, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Stretch, what do you got?
Just making sure I got the same program as you do.
Yeah, you do. But
Tuesday race 2.
I see you're taking a speed horse.
Yes, I am. Compact.
Oh, okay.
A compact field.
Looks like there's a lot of those guys in
there
here.
might be some, but we're going to see. Compact field of 6 in here. It's a tough race to figure out the race shape. I think if anybody clears, they can win it. I'm obviously bugging you because it is a tough race to figure out. There certainly could be an all-out duel, or somebody could get loose. I'm going to just I've chased this horse from time to time, a lot of times because I've made money, and and the horse ran too good last time. Ran such a good race, and I think just lost to a slightly better horse. This horse does not need the lead. Could actually stalk. So if somebody goes, could sit just back and go. But if you let this horse go and relax, and a repeat of the last race and her figures makes her the one to beat. That's my top selection. And I'm going to go to the 4 Chicago River again. Might go to the lead, might sit just off. Kind of unsure. 4 for 4 at ASD in the money. There's maintenance work coming in. Morning line 5-1. That's fair value. And again, in a very tricky race. And then as your top selection, and that's more than fair, I think the only true closer in here. And so it could end up that you got 5 across and favorite just sitting back waiting, and Kirt's laughing because he's got this 10-1 shot there, and it's like giggling.
Watching a 3-horse duel.
Correct. So that totally makes sense. 10-1. Right trip certainly can be 5-4-2.
Well, I see Dixie Mo on the inside. Run Wit Run. Chased the speed last time out. Chicago River, every time it goes in 2 turns, goes to the front. Wits 10-10 always shows speed. And Tiz Hopping coming out of the sprints, going around 2 turns. I expect it to be right up there. So in saying that, that's 5 of the 6 horses. That's why I went to number 2 favorite. This is not the one with any speed. It will be sitting last in the field, but I don't mind that as long as that action is up front. We seen last night that horses could close from well off of it. Big Stretch was one of them. Sat back 6 lengths off the last horse and absolutely came motoring and went on to win easy in the escape clause. So I think favorite is a great long shot like that. And you get a very capable rider in Fraser Abley, who's riding lights out right now. I also like Dixie Mo. She is solid at this level every single time. Gets a good trip. And I said the inside was good last time out, or last night. So that's why I took Dixie Mo. Will be the inside of the speed. If Tiz Hoppin doesn't show that blazing speed it showed against Kate's Princess 2 outs ago, it could easily clear in here. But if not, it's going to get packed wide. Dixie Mo's going to go. Antonia Whitehall found the inside twice yesterday, and twice the result was a win. So I like Dixie Mo. And Run Wit Run is another one that doesn't have to go to the front end. I think the instructions are Tiz Hoppin goes, and Jerry says, Neville, you sit off of it in here. So I think Run Wit Run will show one of those stalking races, which would be much more valuable. So I'm going to give you 2, 1, and 3. Now we're carrying on to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with the $5,000 claimer. For fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers, they're going to go 1 mile. Scratch number 1, Can't Catch Me. Stretch, what about this one?
Yeah, it's not an easy one, and I've said this in the past when all the horses in here aren't really running to the par level, or they have one sort of decent race and then a couple kind of bad races. So really concerned about my selections and trying to figure out a winner. I've nailed this again. I've nailed the pick 5 first leg again. Crushed it.
Oh, so, there you go.
Yeah. So you know what's coming later on. All right. Let's go with the 4 as my top selection. Yes, it showed nothing in the last 2. It was completely outclassed. Now it goes back into the non-2. And if you look back at the Lone Star Park race, where it ran second, if it can run back to that race would be good enough. So just really not sure where we're at after those last 2 races. Going to take a shot. I think the horse is all dirtied up in those terrible races. Maybe just leave that price alone and maybe get that 4-1. Then I'll go to the 7. Last out, second place at the distance, I think, is the key. 6 for 8 in the money. One of those very reliable type horses. And so if you look at that last race of the year, last year at 7 furlongs in September, crushed the field in that race. Looked good doing it. That's maybe one reason why Kirt might have that in there. And then I went to the 6, kind of searching. But this horse is one of those horses that kind of closes. Did run second last September to this horse. There's only 6 of them now. That less horses to find trouble. This horse likes to find some trouble. Maybe pick up some pieces late. 4-7-6.
Yeah, Stretch. I went to 7 Dazzling Gold. Not a lot of speed in here. So I think Dazzling Gold will inherit the lead. I don't expect quick fractions in here, and if Dazzling Gold can slow it down, this is a horse that can run a long way. The last race was a good second-place finish behind Prairie Magic. Really needed that race around 2 turns. Has 2 freshened workouts coming in. The last one, the best one, a half mile, 48-4. So I think Dazzling Gold is going to try and take it all the way. Number 3, Just for Charlotte, has been sitting on a win in this condition. Last time out, always the little one was just way too good. But that was the week that speed dominated all 3 days. So Just for Charlotte, being a closer, had no shot at getting the win. I think will run much better today. And number 6, Miami Souvenirs, I have in third. Like Stretch says, trouble trip most of the time. It usually comes to running at the end. So I'm giving you 7, 3, and 6. Now we're carrying on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $4,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. We're only going 5.5 furlong stretch. Got the same top 2, different order.
There you go again. Anyway, let's start with the 7. Anyway, this is one of those races. Again, it's a bit of a tricky race. All these horses ran a big race or 2, and then a not so good race, and so back and forth. I did watch the 7's replay a second time. I wanted to watch it, and this horse just kind of dropped back on the turn. You can see it was 10 lengths back at one point. At 5 furlongs, you have no chance at 5 being 10 lengths back, and then was absolutely flying late. Yes, the front we're backing up a bit, but if this race goes 5 1/4 of a furlong, this horse wins. I think the drop in class. This is a drop in class, not the price, but the field. And so I thought that field for 4,000 last time was a little tougher than this one. And so if I can get that stalking and sit a little bit closer, certainly can be right there. There's not lots and lots of speed, and this horse can easily be right there. So I think it's tough to beat. And then let's go to the 5. It's a great place bet for me. Maybe I'll make a place bet on that horse coming up in the race.
Yeah, that might be good, Stretch. Well,
it's been almost 2 months off, but comes with a couple decent works, real good works coming in. This horse likes to run, just doesn't like to win all the time. 2 years, it seems.
Yeah, it's been a while.
But perfect spot.
Taking a lot of my money.
Yeah, I think this horse is an absolutely perfect spot to run second again, stalk, and they make that late move and just get up. And then let's go to the 3 as a bit of you've used this horse. You might have 2 back. You might have had this horse on the winner.
Yeah.
But
actually, I had Herbie that day.
Oh, Herbie, you had Herbie.
30-1, and I got beat by the favorite.
Awkward.
Yeah, just a little awkward. Thanks a lot.
Anyway, this horse lacks a bit of early pace, but if it can not lose touch, that 2 back was such a nice race. Last time went the 7, cuts back. So tossing it in there in not really a trustworthy race, 7-5-3.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. Lucky Break definitely is a horse to beat. But I went to number 5, Warbridge, has been off some time, and came off a good race running second against Herbie. But I think that something must have went wrong with this horse being off so long. Nice workout on July the 18th, 48-3, and then another half-mile maintenance and 51-3. With the lack of speed that's in here, I think that bodes well for Warbridge. I think it's going to go to the front, play catch me if you can. And if it's anything like last night's racetrack and Warbridge does get loose, they are not going to get him. And I took number 1, Stone Cafe, for third. Gets Lasix today. That is an equipment change or a change that will be on the change sheet later. Stone Cafe did really well last year here, but never really showed any good early speed, was always stalking. But that won't be too bad. We did see Dales Weasley come in with other horses with just 1 work under their belt. Distinct Approval being one of them that ran really well first time out, came back to win second time out. But Stone Cafe just might be a horse that can run big first time out, drawing the rail. So I'm going to throw it in as a long shot for third and give you 5, 7, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, a $7,500 claimer. 4 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go the 1 mile distance. And another great betting race.
It is a real good mid-claimer here. I think many of the horses in here, even though we have the same top 2, many can win this race with the right trip. For me, I went to the 2 as kind of the key on July 25th with that super early pace bias. It was very tough to close on the track. And so this horse did make up some ground, which was rare for many of them. Jared Brown claims this horse back. I think this horse is going to get a stalking trip. If this track runs similar to yesterday, more of a fair kind of closing track, I think this horse can get back to winning at this level. He's at least at this level, if not a little bit higher than that. And then I'll go to the 5. I think this horse should be the speed of the speed invader from, let's call it Hawthorne. Was it Fargo last time out? But look at this is what Kirt might add. Look at the 2 horses it lost to. Both came back to win, including the Smart Call, who won here going short. I think you're getting 6-1. I think it's worthwhile to take a shot. If this horse can get loose, watch out. And then the last one, we'll go to the 4, is always right there, Rail Splitter. Should get an absolute dream trip along the rail. Hasn't missed the board, in fact. So, again, a nice horse to include. I was looking for the other 2, but on top of that one, 2, 5, and 4.
Yeah, Stretch, I look at number 5, Behaving Myself, being the predominant speed of the race. Yes, Muramek, the 1 and the 3 have a little bit, but Behaving Myself has shown great speed at Hawthorne, doing the half miles in 46. Both the other 2 cannot do that. So I think this horse will try and steal it on the front. Bottle of Smoke, agree with everything you say. It came from a week where all speed won, and it ran very well with the speed getting away inside Street Dave. So I think will greatly improve. And number 3, Ride 'em. This is a horse that duked it out on the outside of Side Street Dave, but I didn't think really wanted to be there. Kind of forced itself up. This is a horse that can stalk and be much more of a punch horse late down the lane. If it does that, I like it a lot better, but it is running so well, have to throw him in. So I'm giving you 5, 2, and 3. Now we're carrying on to race number 6, an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going 6 furlongs, classic high 5 wagering with a little bit of a nice carryover stretch, $22,300. What do you like in here?
Well, I'm playing the high 5, but don't just tell
Okay,
everybody there's
$22,000
$22,000 of dead money.
Sorry, buddy.
This is anyway.
I might have played one too.
All right.
Maybe.
How could you not play this high 5 today in that race? This sets up for a perfect. Gives everybody a shot. I do like this race quite a bit. In fact, the 4 is one of my stronger plays on the day, based on value and everything. This horse has been run really well. Does the cutback, but has one going short. You look at that 5 furlong race, got out and just went gate to wire. Basically, for me, it's kind of 2 words: breaks and wins. Because 4 out of 6, this horse hasn't broke. So I'm going to have kind of know my success pretty early on. So I'm going to need some value just because he doesn't always break as well. But if he does, watch out. Learned how to run just off the pace, but might just be too good and might go to the lead. So top selection there. And then I'm going to go with the 7 as a horse that's getting better each time. 2 back, won the maiden, then showed speed. I like that this horse showed speed going a mile. Now cuts back. It doesn't have. I don't think it's got enough speed to go to the lead going short, but could get that nice trip. And especially if the 4 breaks, I needed the 7 in case that happens. And then the 6 certainly figures, but they're mostly on the turf. So that's a little bit my concern on this one. But 2 back was on the dirt, runs that race, kind of puts the horse right there. Real good race, 4-7-6.
Yeah, I agree with you. Blazing Bow, one of the top plays in here. I put it in second because number 3, I Love My Life. This horse has run against some of the best on the grounds for the 3-year-olds. Saxon Saga, first time out. The winner of the Derby Trials, Chicago's Gray, won the primetime TV. Then it was My Noah and Jafafa. Jafafa we seen in second level allowance last night win once again. And Private Frank last time, undefeated in 4 starts this year. This is the easiest spot for I Love My Life. As speed, there is other speed in here, but I'm not worried about that. If it runs that same race as it did against Private Frank last time out, I think a big shot to win. Blazing Bow, knocking on the door, done everything right. It's the logical one in here. And with America, same thing as Stretch said, like the dirt race 2 outs ago. A lot of turf in there, but it does like the dirt. It said on that second race. So it's those 3 for me, 3, 4, and 6. Now we're carrying on to race number 7, a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. 7.5 furlong stretch. What do you got?
Yeah, the always tough non-3, kind of wide open as usual.
Same 3 horses,
We do have the same 3 horses. We'll be probably boxing them or using all of them in the pick 5 and pick 4. Let's start with the 7. This is a good example of again, a speed bias track that this horse just couldn't close. There should be more pace in here, or I think there's going to be more pace. I think this horse certainly puts this horse that much closer, allowing this horse to close. Recently claimed. I like that. And then you got take the blinkers off. For clearly the trainer thinks that's going to help this horse close or whatever it might be, or didn't like what he saw with the blinkers. And then Kirt's top selection, agree with this. This horse was my top pick last time, and again did lose to the speed horse outcome that just kept going. The 3 made a real nice mid-race move and then got to the front, but the front speed didn't back up. I think the front speed will back up. And then the last one is your dropping speed. Could end up being the speed of the speed. You don't want to ever leave that out. And just that drop, if clears, could go gate to wire. You just look at the competition at that 5 race. So let's go 7-3-5.
Yeah, I think there's pace in here. Number 2, White Rose Spirit. Number 4, Wits Rojo. And the 5, Papa Oscar Whiskey. So Terra Tattoo should get an absolute dream trip on the inside. And that's what I'm hoping for. Same thing Stretch said. Was turned back late. I did like Outcome that day, who ended up hanging on for the win. But Terra Tattoo ran absolutely lights out, but just couldn't get there while that track was favoring speed horses. So Terra Tattoo, with more speed in there, I think has a bigger chance. Got to like number 5, Pop Oscar Whiskey. Almost won a 10 on 3 lifer first time out, or dropped to the 10 on 2. Easily won that. Then went in the allowance conditions, which were just way too tough. Now drops all the way down to 5. If they let this horse go to the lead, it will be long gone. And I do like Runaway Hurricane. Again, ran against a speed favoring racetrack. Ran a big race 3 outs ago, drawing off, crushing the field by almost 5. So I'm with Stretch, but a different order. 3, 5, and 7. Good luck with all your wagers this evening. I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race Carter Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, the Distaff Trial, just a couple overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 2, just the lone overweight. Turning your programs to race number 3, the Kirkfield Park Derby, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. Scratch number 1, That's Me. Now turning your programs to race number 4, the Berezowski Cup, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Number 1, Stone Cafe, will run on lay 6. Now turning your programs to race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. Number 5, Behaving Myself, make the owner Wayland Delorme. Now turning your programs to race number 6, our first of 2 classic high 5 races. Just a couple overweights, but there is a carryover in the classic high 5 of $22,384. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our other classic high 5 race. Number 1, Armavir, will run with the shadow roll on. Well, another beautiful day for racing here in Winnipeg. We got our derby hats on.
We're a day late, though.
I know. What happened there? We were trying to find Stretch. That's
that
why.
We were trying to find me yesterday, yes.
It took a while to find you.
It did. Yeah.
But we did. I like your hat. Your hat's bigger.
It is a nicer hat, yeah.
It's shading you a little.
It's sunny out. That's why the sun is
it
on
is.
this.
and it's mainly sunny here. 20 degrees Celsius or 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Light wind out of the northeast at 23 kilometers an hour or 14 miles an hour, and the track is listed as fast. A fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race car to racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1, the Distaff Trial. That'll go to post in 18 minutes.
And they're off in the Canadian Derby.
Red Rods will take the Manitoba Derby.
And Walcott takes the lead with Great Escape.
Regal Ryan, Roman Road, combined. Regal Ryan, Bill wins the Derby.
And Great Escape winning the Canadian Derby.
And welcome everybody to Assiniboia Downs. Be sure to enter your name for a chance to be our VIP Fan of the Night. Ballots are available in the lobby. If your name is picked, you're going to get the VIP treatment, including a $25 wagering voucher, an ASD t-shirt. You get to come up to the press box, watch me call a race, and you're going to go down, see the horses in the paddock, and then off to the winner's circle to get a framed photo with the winning horse. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main level. They can answer all your questions about how to bet. And be sure to download the new app called Dark Horse Bets. All new account signups receive a free $30 deposit. Scan the QR code on the front of your program cover or off of any of the posters around the building to download the app now. Have a great night of racing. Welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're going to kick off the card with the Distaff Trial for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred fillies and mares 3 and up. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Really interesting competitive field here, Stretch.
And you look at the betting board, it's
all about the 3-year-olds.
Correct. And it's hit and miss. You're right on the cusp of a 3 versus 4-year-olds at this time of year. Do you have a certain date that you like to kind of pick?
August is good enough for me because
Yeah.
as we go into Breeders' Cup, I'd always toss out those 3-year-olds and get beat up.
Yeah, that's the same as I am with waiting till August. Is I kind of cross it out by then. Okay, I'm going to go to my top selection. She only knows one way, and that's get to the lead and go as fast and as far as she can go. Very impressive last time out. Yes, it was a speed holding day. But if you look at last year, back in early July, when she got the lead, she just kept going. If you look at the other races, she never got the lead. Yes, she had a couple poor starts and didn't get there, and then there was just some other speed dueling with Cuss and Cat, who's a speedball. I think she can get the lead. Some of them show some speed early on, but nothing like she is. I think there's only one way to go and grab the lead and see how far she goes.
Yeah, the only bad thing is she is unfamiliar to going around 2 turns. She is one of the 2021 sales grads, as we have the yearling sale coming up on August the 20th. But Lady Cop, she really poured it on late down the lane to stop the clock at 110 and 2. I like number 4, Aramon, one of the older horses in here. How could I like Aramon? Well, I think that Lady Cop is going to go fairly fast on the front end, and Russian Pearl, I think he'll try and keep up, at least be pressing. Mechanic Susie won't be far away, but Aramon, that race first time out, that's what this horse likes to do, sit back and make a charge. It ran second that day at the 7 furlong distance. Since then has been sprinting every time. And I think Aramon's best distance is going around 2 turns. And with the speed that could go up there and closers were doing well, I'm going to take a shot and currently getting 6-1.
And that's fair. I know exactly what we're getting with the 6. And so my second selection is the one I was just impressed last time on how well she ran. She showed that she went to the lead, yes, because there was not a lot of speed in there. You look at that half mile at 49. They will not be going 49 in this race unless the 6 doesn't get out of the gate, because this horse goes much faster than that. I think this horse can stalk or chase and be rated. This horse normally sits there and kind of passes some horses late, and that's what I see. A nice second-place finish. Likes to run second. Good pick on your part, Kirt. Second there, 5. Again, you're learning. Excellent. So that's your stalker. Clearly doesn't mind going the distance because of that last race.
Yeah, it's done really well at the distance. Also, look at number 5, Mechanic Susie. Takes off a Lasix today, just like Lady Cop did last time out. Did run good 2 outs ago and hasn't run a bad race all year. The worst one was probably that second-place finish last time out, and that wasn't a bad race at all. Now, taking it off a Lasix, that could change Mechanic Susie. She has done well at a rut of ground. She did lose to Prairie Drifter as a 2-year-old in only the second lifetime start. So I expect a better race out of Mechanic Susie today.
She looks really good in the paddock.
She does.
My third selection is kind of similar, kind of correlate. If you think it's going to close, that's the 2. If you like the 4, you may want to include the 2. So maybe you want to play that as your exactor 4-2, Kirt. So,
okay.
Anyway, back to the 2 horse. We know this horse is going to sit back. Likes the distance. 8 of 10 in the money at the distance. This is again, if the speed backs up, this is the one that's going to close late. You might pick up the pieces 9-1 too.
Yeah, and last but not least, number 3, Viognier. Viognier has been showing speed this year, which is kind of unusual for this horse who had never previously shown any early speed. Did do well in the R.C. Anderson last year at a rut of ground, stalking the leaders and running down the huge favorite Mia Bear in the final jump. Viognier will like the distance also and should be a closer in here. So another one with a chance in a wide open race. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch, what do you have?
Well, I was torn. Do I bet a win bet or take a shot on the try, because I think it's so tough.
It could be anybody.
It could be anybody. So I'm going 6 with all. It's a fun bet. If he wins, I'm going to cash the try. And I like your bet. I hope you're 4 runs second.
Yeah, I'm going with there. Hey, I wouldn't mind the place. I think it's going to be about $5 and change, maybe $6 to place. So I'm going 10 win, 20 to place on number 4, Aramon. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1. We'll see you back for race 2. Horse on the track for race number 1. It's the Distaff Trial. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $20,000. Number 1 is Russian Pearl, owned by Larry Falloon and Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins with Demario Bino. Number 2 is Sweet Design, owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 3 is Viognier, owned by Dr. Ross and Brenda McKeag, trained by Carl Anderson with Fraser Abley. Number 4 is Aramon, owned by Dr. Ross and Brenda McKeag, trained by Carl Anderson with Tim Tarasenko. Number 5 is Mechanic Susie, owned by Tom Payne, Larry Falloon, and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 6, Lady Cop, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. It's the Distaff Trial. Here in race number 1, they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
horses kick off the Tuesday card going 7.5 furlongs, and that's 2 turns here at ASD. And I'm going to the 6 on the outside. Currently is the lukewarm favorite. She is a speed horse, and she is going to go fast early and as far as she can go. This is new for her, so there's a little bit of risk. Breeding says she can make the distance, so I'm agreeing with that. That last race was too good not to include her. The one horse also ran a nice race. I think this horse will sit in second and try to make a late run. You want a bit of a price horse, that's the 2. She'll be in the weeds and try to be closing late. She'll be near the back, so wait till the end. 6, 1, and 2. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm going with the horse, an older horse that kind of likes the distance. That's number 4, Aramon. Big race, first time out of the year, going 7 furlongs, sitting back and running a good second to Ensley's Dream. Has been sprinting the last 3, but hasn't been able to get there because of those sprint races. There is speed in here with Lady Cop, Russian Pearl, and Mechanic Susie, with Lady Cop being the predominant speed. But I think there is enough that a closer could be able to get up. So I'm taking number 4, Aramon. Number 1, Russian Pearl, big win. I think is going to run a big race once again, and I'm rounding it off with number 6, Lady Cop. So it's 4, 1, and 6 for me. Good luck here in race number 1. Russian Pearl, the current 6-5 favorite. The first to step into the starting gate. Sweet Design ready to move in. Next up, Viognier. Aramon ready to go in. Just 2 left to load. Mechanic Susie. And just waiting on Lady Cop to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off in the distaff trial. From the inside, Russian Pearl quickly goes out to get the early lead and has company to the outside with Lady Cop. Viognier settles back in third. Sweet Design on the rail in fourth. Then another length back to Mechanic Susie with the early trailer. Aramon only 6 off the lead. The opening quarter, 24-1. Russian Pearl and Lady Cop are up by 3 lengths on Viognier. Moving up on the inside, Mechanic Susie, Sweet Design, and Aramon is still the trailer. It's Russian Pearl and Lady Cop through a half mile in 49 seconds. And Lady Cop starting to dig in and pulls up ahead by a nose. Fighting back, Russian Pearl. They're still 5 lengths ahead of a rallying Mechanic Susie. They hit the head of the lane, and Lady Cop now takes over as a leader through 3 quarters in 1:13-2. Lady Cop, she is back, and she's gonna make it 2 in a row. Lady Cop wins by 3. Russian Pearl second best. Sweet Design in third. Fourth to Viognier. The stewards have posted number 6, Lady Cop, as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Russian Pearl. Third to number 2, Sweet Design. And fourth to number 3, Viognier. They went the opening quarter 24-1, the half 49 seconds. 6 furlongs, 1:13-2. 7 furlongs, 1:26-2. And for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:33-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the distaff trial, that's number 6, Lady Cop. Lady Cop is a dark bear brown filly, 3 years old, by Vengeful Wildcat. Out of the mare Angolo Bano by Successful Appeal. Owned by A2 and True North Thoroughbreds. Trained by Michael Nault. And ridden to victory by Chavi and Chow. Time for the 7.5 furlongs. 133 and 2. Number 6, Lady Cop, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Dr. Betty Hughes. Assiniboia Downs is also very pleased to have on hand Shelley and friends to make a presentation to the winning connections. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. There are no changes. Kicking off another pick 3 here in race number 2. Assiniboia Downs has introduced a new Chase the Ace weekly draw. The progressive jackpot is guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at just $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com. Or you can do it in person at guest services or at the VLT cashier's cage. The draw will be made tomorrow at 9 p.m., so get your tickets now. Proceeds support community charities, including Final Furlong, the Winners Foundation, Manitoba Indigenous Cultural Education Center, Indigenous Languages of Manitoba, the Manitoba Lung Association, Dream Factory, MAD Winnipeg, the Canadian Mental Health Association, the Manitoba Arthritis Society, the Manitoba Conservatory of Music and Arts, and the ALS Society of Manitoba. By purchasing a ticket, you are helping these charities make a positive difference in the community. Thank you for supporting the Chase the Ace charity program. Welcome back down the paddock for race number 2 for this allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies, mares, 3-year-olds and up. Gonna go 7 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 1, the Distaff Trial. Well, my question mark, can Lady Cop go the distance? Well, that was answered today.
It was answered today. I was impressed that didn't try to steal it by going fast. It looked like the jockey recognized that the horse had plenty and a bit of a push-button horse at the end, and impressive. But the one ran a nice race, too.
Yeah,
So,
it definitely did. But Lady Cop looks absolutely different. Now
Yes.
it's the second time off a Lasix. And when Chavi and Chow took a peek behind him at the 3/8 pole, anytime you see your jockey do that, that is a real good sign in the race.
for sure. So here we go. We'll keep
All right,
going.
race 2.
All right, as expected, you look at our picks. It is that wide open of a race. There's a slight favorite on the 5, which happens to be my selection. This horse has been running well. Went to the lead last time and just battled, went some good fractions, and then just got tired to a horse that maybe just a little bit better that day. There is a bunch of speed in here. The concern, or not the concern, the tricky part of the race is who's going to go to the lead. Are you going to get 3 horses going to the lead? Are you going to get 1? And I just think the 5 can be versatile, and that last race was so good that I had to go back to him.
I think the key is the 7 furlongs today stretch, how everybody wants to get out of the gate and get positioning at that first turn because it does come so quick. So I see the speed coming out of the 1 Dixie Mo, the 5 Wits 10, and the 6 Tiz Hopping for sure. But the 3 and 4 can also be right up there. That's why I went to number 2 favorite. This horse keeps impressing me. Ran so good last time out. Sat behind the speed and rallied down the lane to draw off to win by a length. And she was against the boys that day at the $5,000 level. Now this is a huge jump up. But I think this race just could set up for favorite, as the horse has the only true running style, has only won 3 races in the lifetime, but 2 of them have come at this 7 furlong distance. So I'm going to take a shot on this one, hugging the rail every step of the way.
No, I like your selection. I've got her in there too. I agree with you. And if you look back, is moving up, but not really, because you look at those last previous races, it was right in the mix, and there's a bit of trouble there. Let's go to my other pick, is Chicago River. Again, another one that I didn't want to leave a potential speed horse off my selection, so I took a couple of them. This horse is running very game. Nice last race. Wins, and then still has a workout coming in. Once again, could be the stalker, could go to the lead. It's just hit and miss. Had a big win at Tampa at 7 furlongs. That one looked good too. So again, I'm getting value at 7-1.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I went to number 1, Dixie Mo, as my second selection. First time out, Dixie Mo had to go against Kate's Princess, who won by 4 1/4 lengths. So was only 3/4 of a length out of second money. Not at her preferred distance of going short, 5.5. The comeback race had to go against Miss Z, who dropped out of a stakes race, and Adams Creed came back to win and was beaten by 5.5 in the end. Draws inside here. Now goes the preferred distance. Usually always shows speed. And with that draw on the rail, I think we'll get a really good trip.
That's fair, for sure. And the 6 I'm going to talk about, because this horse almost made my top 3. It's just one of those unsure about the distance. I like how this horse has been running, has made some moves last time. Maybe didn't fire as well as she could have, but she's right there on the fringes to be in there. If she can handle the 2 turns and not get caught up, she's only in post 6. But if she tucks in or tries to clear it, she could be tough too at 5-1. That's right price.
Yeah, I picked another closer also. That's number 3, Run Wit Run. Jerry Gorno does have 2 in here. I expect Tiz Hoppin to go out to the front. So Run Wit Run will be a closer. And the last time this horse did have a good close was 3 outs ago. Closed from 6th to draw off to win by a length and a quarter in a state bred first level allowance on the turf. So the distance is not a question mark for Run Wit Run. It's what's the running style going to be, but I think it's going to be forced to come off the pace, and that is a better running style for the 3.
Yep, that's fair. We've got them all.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, again, lead us off.
Yeah, I really don't trust the race. I'm just going with the horse that ran the best last race. So if it gets dueled, puts the speed away, maybe gets beat by a closer, but 30 place 5.
And myself, I'm going after the pick 3. I need a few horses in here. So I took 1, 2, and 3, then the 3 and 7. Rounding it off with the 5 and 7, a $1 ticket, $12. I'm taking a $2 one for $24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2. We'll see you back for race 3. Kick it off, jackpot, pick 5 wagering. Horse on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is Dixie Mo, owned by Jerry Gowdy and Rick Wise, trained by Rick Wise with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Favorite, owned by Shelley Brown, B&J Stable, Oslin Bell, and Steve Holborn, trained by Shelley Brown with Fraser Abley. Number 3 is Run Wit Run, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Chicago River, owned by Shelley Brown, Gene McEwen, and Black Sox Stables, trained by Shelley Brown with Sven Balro. Number 5 is Wits 1010, owned by Hillside Farms and Right Attitude, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Demario Bino. Rounding out the field is number 6, Tiz Hoppin', owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Host time for race number 2, approximately 3 minutes away. And ladies and gentlemen, as this is the second race, we have our HPPA Manitoba best turned out horse, and that is number 4, Chicago River. Chicago River, the HPPA Manitoba best turned out horse here in race number 2. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls going 7 furlongs, highly competitive field. Every horse is under 10 to 1. The favorite is the 1, but let's try to beat the 1. I'm going to go to the 5, Wits 10. This horse ran so good last time, got the lead, kept going, and just lost to a slightly better horse. This horse doesn't need the lead, but can get the lead. If does get the lead, could be Brave. Who else to consider? At 8 to 1 is the 4. This horse again could be one that could go to the lead and then close late. Has won a race at the distance, and the last one is the 2. That's the closer of the race. So I'm going to give you 5, 4, and 2. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I see a lot of speed in here. 1, 5, and 6. Probably all battling it out. Even the 3 and 4 have speed to offer. So I did go to number 2, Favorite, who last time out showed no speed whatsoever, but a big closing kick down the lane to draw off and win by a length against the boys. Now back against the girls, and has been at this allowance level before, and only got beat by 3 lengths. Number 1, Dixie Mo, loves the distance. The last 2 races were good, but gets better the farther they go. And Run With Run, the 3 horse, if this horse comes off the pace, way more effective. I'm giving you 2, 1, and 3. Good luck here in race number 2. Dixie Mo, the current 6-5 favorite. The first to go into the starting gate. Favorite steps up and in. Run with Run is in. Chicago River is next. Just 2 left to load. It's 10-10. And just waiting on Tiz Hoppin' to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Dixie Mo shows some early speed with Run and Chicago River. The 3 of them across the track, settled back in 4th. That's going to be Wits 10-10 coming off it today. Tiz Hoppin'. And the early trailer will be Favorite, giving up about 10 lengths early. The opening quarter, 23-4. And it's Chicago River up by a half a length on Run to the inside. Dixie Mo making a 3-wide bid with Wits 10-10 4 wide. Tiz Hopping now moving up, and Favorite is still the trailer. The half a very heated 47-4, and Wits 10-10 pokes a nose in front. Dixie Mo back to second. Tiz Hoppin' making a big mid move 3 wide. And Favorite starting to get into it. They hit the head of the lane, and it's Tiz Hoppin' with the lead by half a length. Back to second. Wits 10-10. Favorite with a late rally, but it's going to be too late for the win. Tiz Hoppin' is going to get it done. Very close for second between Favorite and Wits 10-10. 4th is going to go to Dixie Mo. The Stewart's supposed to number 6, Tiz Hoppin'. As your race winner, a photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 23-4, the half 47-4. 6 furlongs, 113-4. Time for the 7 furlongs, 127-3. Results of the photo show number 2, Favorite. Pedersen second. 3rd goes to number 5, Wits 10-10. And 4th to number 1, Dixie Mo. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2, the That's number 6, Tiz Hoppin'. Tiz Hoppin' is a bay mare, 7 years old, by Tiz Deja Vu, out of the mare Bar Hopping by Animo de Valesaro, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:27 3. Race 2 is official in the upcoming 3rd race. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, the Kirkfield Park Derby. Scratch number 1, Can't Catch Me. We will carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's Pick 5. Turning your programs to race number 4. Number 1, Stone Cafe, will run on lay 6. Now turning your programs to race number 5. Number 5, Behaving Myself, make the owner Wayland Alarm. There is no changes in race number 6. Turning your programs to race number 7. Number 1, Armavir, will run with a shadow roll on. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering here for the Kirkfield Park Derby. Here in race number 3, they'll go to post in 19 minutes. Well, if you're new to Assiniboia Hounds, check out the 140 VLTs on the 2nd level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with the $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3 and up. Pattern on 2 lifers. They're going to go 1 mile. Scratch number 1, Can't Catch Me. Quick look back at race number 2. Well, that's kind of reminiscent of race number 1 and Lady Cop. Tiz Hopping gets it done. Never really gone a rut of ground. And what a great ride by Ronaldo Cumberbatch, seeing the speed on the inside, laying off of it, and timing the move perfectly.
That's exactly the call, as you called it. Timed the move perfectly. You said they were still flying up early. The other ones moved, got involved in it, and then just kind of tired late. So it was solid. And then the late close by the 2 was a smart ride. You knew how the horse was going to run. And
knew it was going to be sitting last. Just would it be able to get up? And a little too late for the win, but got second money. On to race number 3, Stretch. Who do you like?
All right. A lot of unknowns in this race. Again, can't trust anybody. I went to the 4, and you say, how could you take this this filly? 2 very poor races, but this horse did not belong in those races. If you look back, the 5-2 at Lone Star, a nice second place finish. That's the race I'm looking at. Stalks in about 4th or 5th and then makes a late move. Has won at the distance, also going a mile at Lone Star. If it can run back to those races, I think she can certainly be there. It's just a matter of she lost her heart and called it quits after those last 2 poor efforts. I think she's just back where she belongs.
Yeah, I'm going to take a shot on number 7, Dazzling Gold, the current favorite on the board. Dazzling Gold ran a good race last time out. Prairie Magic went to the front and ended up going wire to wire. Dazzling Gold has been laid off since then, just a little over a month, but it's come back with a couple really nice workouts. The most recent one, a half mile in 48 and 4. Not a lot of speed in this race, so I think Dazzling Gold will go right up there and control the early fractions. And if that is the case, they're going to have a tough time catching her.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I do like that's my second selection. Let's go to the kind of the troubled trip horse that makes moves. Last race wasn't great, but it was just way too far back. The other ones are pretty good, kind of closing late. Has a second place finish going 7 furlongs. I think, yes, it did lose to the 7. It's not my top selection at all. I think this horse could be 2nd or 3rd, picking up the pieces late. You made the call, Kirt, that there might not be that much speed, and if that's the case, I do agree with you. It's hard for the closers to get there. Where like the second race, we had so much speed, that's when closers can get there. So tread lightly on the win bet, maybe on the 6.
Yeah, I also like number 3, Just for Charlotte, taking money at 5-2, and deservedly so. Did win 2 outs ago in the restricted race. 4 non-2 lifers, beating Living Sky and All Terrain Jane last time out. Always the little one on a speed favoring racetrack. Absolutely crushed the field. Just for Charlotte had absolutely no chance to rally. I expect her to have a better chance to rally in here. The distance shouldn't be a problem. Has gone 7.5 furlongs a couple times, but this horse is running very well and knocking on the door for winning this condition.
Yeah, for sure. We've backed it a few times. Let's go to the 2 along the rail at 5-1. That is the right price for her. She just won her maiden race going short. 2 back, ran a second place, beaten 6, but at least you know the horse can go the distance. I think this is one of these 4-year-olds that's slowly improving each start. And so I like that last race, just how game she was, stalked on outside and kind of took over late.
Also, take a look at number 5, Tale of Atreides. Was a winner 3 outs ago, breaking the maiden, going 5.5 furlongs. Then went into a 5 non-2 lifer, but White Rose Spirit and Caddy Gold were just too good. And last time out, wasn't able to rally. As always, the little one did run so good in there. I think this horse is worth a shot at 15-1.
I completely agree with you. They're just right trips. They've all won a race recently. Most of them have won a race recently, and most of them have one win. Only the 3 is the 2 wins. So anybody can step up today in this race and win it.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3. Jackpot pick 5 time, all freshened up. Stretch, what do you have?
Yeah, so when I've seen these type of pools go back to back because the pool is smaller. There's already $16,000 to be won. You get a few long shots in there, you can get it where normally if you're betting that much more, you can't. So to make it easy, I've turned it into a pick 3, Kirt.
Oh, I see that.
Now, all in this race. That's everybody.
Okay.
Then keying the 7 with the 2 and the 5 in the 5th. Key in the 4, might be the favorite or co-favorite, and then all in the last. Again, that's all of them. Everyone.
Okay, so you got the first and the last leg.
Yeah.
Now you just need the middle stuff.
1920 only.
All right, myself, I'm taking 3 and 7 in here. Then I'm taking 5 and 7, 2, 3 and 5, 3, 4 and 6, and rounding it off with 3 and 5. That's only $14.40. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4. Kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Horse on the track for race number 3, the Kirkfield Park Derby. They're going to go 1 mile for $10,100. Number 1, Can't Catch Me, was scratched. Number 2 is Bits of Lemon Drop, owned and trained by Victoria Morse with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Just for Charlotte, owned by Vela K. Butler, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 4 is Governor Ann, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Stanley Shady Jr. Number 5 is Tale of a Treatise, owned and trained by Elton Dickey with Chavi and Chow. Number 6 is Miami Souvenirs, owned by Staff Max Stable, trained by Curtis Maxwell, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Rounding out the field is number 7, Dazzling Gold, owned by Starfield Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands, with Antonio Whitehall. The Kirkfield Park Derby, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls going again, going a mile, which is 8 furlongs. All of them have only basically won one race, so it's not an easy one. Let's go to the 4 as my top selection. Couple very poor starts, but was just racing too tough of competition. Back where she belongs at this distance. I think if she gets a nice stalking trip, she can make a late run to win it at 7-2. Real nice odds. The favorite is the 7, deserves to be very reliable. Can sit just off, likes the distance. Any one of those last few trips going 2 turns, she can win it. And then the last one is the closer near the back. That's the 6. So let's go 4, 7, and 6. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I like number 7, Dazzling Gold. I don't see a lot of speed in here, so I expect Dazzling Gold to go out near the front. Had a good race last time out. Unfortunately, Prairie Magic hit the front end and didn't stop. Nice freshen workouts coming in, and Antonia Whitehall coming off a big day yesterday. I also like this 3-horse Just for Charlotte. She's running really well and knocking on the door to win this condition. And number 6, Miami Souvenirs, another good rallier that against the boys last time and now against the girls. I'll give you 7, 3, and 6. Good luck here in race 3. time. It's a Lemon Drop will be the first to find her way into the starting gate. Next in, Just for Charlotte. It's now Governor Ann's turn. Tale of a Treatise is up next. Just 2 left to load. Miami Souvenirs. And just waiting on the current 7-5 favorite. That's Dazzling Gold to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Bits of Lemon Drop away well, as is Tale of a Treatise. Dazzling Gold settles back in third. Back in fourth, Governor Ann. And running as a pair, Just for Charlotte and Miami Souvenirs, about 5 lengths off of it. Into the first turn, and on the inside, Tale of a Treatise. The opening quarter, 24-1. Bits of Lemon Drop. Putting on pressure on the outside, Dazzling Gold. Watching that action from third. Governor Ann's creeping up in fourth with Miami Souvenirs. And Just for Charlotte is now your early trailer. Still Tale of a Treatise with a short lead. In between horses, Bits of Lemon Drop making a 3-wide move. That's Dazzling Gold. Miami Souvenirs starting to rally. Governor Ann in the middle. And Just for Charlotte still the trailer. The half mile was 49-1. And it's Bits of Lemon Drop and Dazzling Gold through 3/4 in 1:15 they hit the head of the lane. Bits of Lemon Drop trying to dig in. Dazzling Gold now goes by a length. A late rally from Just for Charlotte, a 16th of a mile to go, and Dazzling Gold is going to get it done. Bits of Lemon Drop second best. Third's going to go to Just for Charlotte, and fourth to Miami Souvenirs. The Stewart's opposed to number 7, Dazzling Gold, as your race winner. Second goes to number 2, Bits of Lemon Drop. Third to number 3, Just for Charlotte. And fourth to number 6, Miami Souvenirs. They went the opening quarter 24-1. The half 49 seconds. 6 furlongs, 1:15-2. 7 furlongs, 1:29-3. Time for the mile. 1:43-4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Kirkfield Park Derby, that's number 7, Dazzling Gold. Dazzling Gold is a dark bear brown mare, 6 years old, by True Sense, out of the mare Gold Knight Destiny by Hoda Hare. Owned by Starfield Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the mile, 1:43 and 4. Number 7, Dazzling Gold, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Starfield Stable. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race, the Berezowski Cup, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Number 1, Stone Cafe, will run on lay 6. We will carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 5. Number 5, Behaving Myself. The owner should read Wayland Delorme. Now turning your programs to race number 7. Number 1, Armavir, will run with the shadow roll on. The Berezowski Cup, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. They'll go to post in 15 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, we've drawn our VIP Fan of the Night. Congratulations goes out to Patricia Koshaluk. That's Patricia Koshaluk. Congratulations, you're our VIP Fan of the Night. Please report to guest services on the main floor, South End. Also be sure to join us for our 3rd and final Manitoba Night Market and Festival of the year, which takes place on Sunday, August 27th, featuring food trucks, local artisans, vendors, beer gardens, kids' activities, live music, and more. Tickets are just $7. 5 and under are free. Go to asdowns.com for more information. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with the $4,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers, going 5.5 furlongs. Let's take a look back at race number 3. Well, the favorite got it done on a good ride by Antonio Whitehall on Dazzling Gold.
Yeah, it was a smart ride and just waited and let the race happen to him and took over. And it made sense. This horse likes the distance. We're both alive in the pick 4. Or
Yeah,
pick five. Yeah,
we are alive.
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't need the all button though, Stretch.
Well,
Okay, on to race number 4. It doesn't matter how you get there.
yeah, it's all correct.
Okay, who do you like in here?
Okay.
And we're getting some odds on our horses.
We are getting some odds on ours. I'm going to start with the 7 as my top selection. I do like this horse quite a bit in here, especially at 4-1. Last race, they were only going 5 furlongs. I mentioned on ASD Live that $4,000 race was a tougher 4,000 race overall than I think this one is. Kind of made note of that. This horse fell back along the rail or dropped back to 10 lengths back, and you have no chance to make up 10 lengths going 5 furlongs. Are you sure the leaders were getting tired? But this horse was closing late, usually is a little bit closer to the pace, has raced at a higher level. I think this horse is just sitting there for a nice trip close to the pace, take over late on the outside and win it.
Yeah, I think that's a big shot also. I like number 5, Warbridge. Has eaten a lot of my money over the last couple of years. Had only 2 starts this year. First time, that race was real tough. The second time ran much better against the massive favorite in there, Shooting Money. Beat Herbie that day, who came back at the non-winners of the year and lost a heartbreaking photo. Warbridge absolutely loves the 5.5 furlongs, though. 12 starts, 3 wins, 5 seconds, and a third. And I really like that workout coming back on July the 18th. Not a ton of speed in here, so I expect Warbridge to be up close early.
Yeah, that's one thing you take note. If there's other speed horses, there's not lots. This horse has ran against some speed horses. I do like that selection. I went kind of the best of the rest angle with this 3 horse because of 2 back. Ran a nice race in 1. And then last time went the 7 furlongs in a very tough 55 claimer against House Limit. House Limit dropped and popped there. So you've got the jockey that's hot. He was probably racing in Hastings yesterday and flowing
Several
back to
stakes races at Hastings.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't like the 9-5 at all. I wouldn't play him at 9-5. I'd need a little bit higher. But horse is certainly in the mix.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Number 1, Stone Cafe will run on Lasix today. Only 1 workout coming in for this 2023 campaign, but did very well last year. Only missed the board once, and that was in a super tough second-level allowance at the end of the year against Mr. Dazzle, Market King, and House Limit. But besides that, Stone Cafe really hasn't done any wrong. Should be forward in the race, draws the rail, and this might be a sleeper to bump up the price.
Yes.
Well, it's not much of a sleeper at 9-2.
No, I think it's going to go up higher, but it just shows it's kind of live early. Let's talk about the 4. Has won 2 races already this year. One kind of cheated, I guess you could call, crowded, and didn't get approved for that win, but still won the race. And then last time, it wasn't a great effort, but I just like horses that like to win. 14 wins lifetime. Those are the type of horses you don't want to ignore. They just find ways to win, and you're getting 9-2, maybe a little bit low on that one, but we'll see how the odds go.
Yeah, ran against 3 horses. Any of them would be less than even money in here. Also look at number 2, Alphabetical. This is a horse that showed speed 2 outs ago, going around 2 turns. Last time out, sat towards the back and pretty well stayed there, running 6, beaten 6 lengths. We'll find these a little bit easier, but not much.
No, and then let's talk about the 6 horse, 10-1. This horse could be the sneaky speed horse in here, because if you take a look, has shown speed. Yes, it's at left bridge, but going short and long, and so you never know if they let this horse go.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. Pick 4 time stretch. How many tickets you got today?
Only two.
Only two?
Only two
Oh, wow.
today. Yeah.
You left some room for me on the board.
I did leave some room
How
for
nice
you.
of you.
I'll quickly get to mine and then a comment on yours.
I bet you will.
Let's key the 7-on-1 ticket. I can get it twice because I've got two keys in here. 7 with 2-5, with 3-4-6-7, with 2-3-5-6-7. That's a $40 ticket. In case the 7 gets beat, I've got 3-5-7 with 2-5, keying the 4 and the 6 with the same horses in the last. See, you're only spending 24.
You want to say my ticket too?
No, you go ahead. I was just interested
Okay.
how little you're spending, where you spent a lot yesterday. Your wife was away.
She went to work this morning.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm taking 5, 7 in here, the 2 and 5, then the 3, 4, 6, rounded out with the 3 and 5. Yes, Stretch, only $24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4. We'll see you back for race 5. The horses are on the track for race number 4, the Berezowski Cup. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $10,400. Number 1 is Stone Cafe, owned and trained by Dale Zawiesliak with Tim Tarasenko. Number 2 is Alphabetical, owned by Bill and Reed Mooney, trained by Bill Mooney with Chavi and Chow. Number 3 is Drum and Bass, owned by Wanda Hicks, trained by Shelley Brown with Fraser Abley. Number 4 is Will Knows, owned by Kenneth Lee Gardepee, trained by Tom Gardepee Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 5 is Warbridge, owned by Quinny Racing, trained by Tom Gardepee Jr. with Craven Badry. Number 6 is My Father's Eyes, owned by Carol Brown, trained by Alan Brown with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 7, Lucky Break, owned by Racing Lake Stable, trained by Jerry Gorno with Stanley Shady Jr. The Berezowski Cup here in race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, turning our programs back to race number 3, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was your race winner, number 7, Dazzling Gold, claimed by A2 Thoroughbreds trainer Michael Nault.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Eastern going 5.5, kicking off the pick 4. It's going to be well over 50,000 today. Let's go to the outside horse. This horse has been running well all season here at ASD. Last race was absolutely closing late. This time I expect the horse to be a little bit closer, stalk and take over. Just running too well not to use. The horse that does like to run well, but a lot of seconds, is the 5. Been off a couple months, gets 2 works coming in. And the other one that took some early action, that's the 3, sitting at 4-1. That certainly can be in the mix. So, Kirt, I'm going to give you a 7, 5, and 3.
Yeah, Stretch, I got the same top 2, just a different order. I do like Warbridge. This horse loves the distance. 12 starts, 3 wins, 5 seconds, and a 3rd place finish. I really like that half-mile work in 48-3. Yes, undeniably, the 7, Lucky Break, is the horse to beat, who will be rallying off it. And throw in number 1, Stone Cafe, running on Lasix today, had a great year last year. So I'm going to give you a 5, 7, and 1. Good luck here in race number 4.
It's post time.
Stone Cafe, Alphabetical, and Drum and Bass are in the starting gate. Will Nose steps up and in. Next up, My Father's Eyes. Just 2 left to load. The 6-5 favorite, Lucky Break. Now just waiting on Warbridge in the middle. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly from the far outside, Lucky Break shoots out to the early lead, Warbridge. In between horses in second. To his outside, My Father's Eyes. Coming up the rail, Alphabetical. Now challenging Lucky Break for the lead. My Father's Eyes settled back in 3rd, Warbridge. Back to 4th. Back in 5th, Will Nose. And your trailers are going to be Stone Cafe and Drum and Bass. The opening quarter, 23 seconds. And Lucky Break with the lead by about a neck. Alphabetical to the inside, moving up 3 wide. That's Will Nose to challenge the lead, but Lucky Break hits ahead of the lane with the lead by a length and a half. On the outside, Will Nose running out of ground, but inching with a 16th of a mile to go, and Drum and Bass late. Lucky Break is going to try and hang on. Too close to call between Lucky Break and Will Nose. Drum and Bass finish in third. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 23 seconds, the half 47-1 and 5 furlongs, 59-3. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106. Number 4, Will Nose gets the win. Second goes to number 7, Lucky Break. Third to number 3, Drum and Bass. And fourth to number 6, My Father's Eyes. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Berezowski Cup, that's number 4, Will Nose. Will Nose is a dark bear brown gelding, 8 years old, by Wilco. Out of the mare, I Don't Know Maybe, by Donnerell Court. Owned by Kenneth Lee Gardepy, trained by Tom Gardepy Jr., and ridden to victory by Ronald Alley. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Our VIP Fan of the Night race, number 5, Behaving Myself, make the owner Wayland Alarm. Post time for race number 5, 16 minutes away. And just a reminder that if you are new to racing, to download the new Dark Horse Bets app. All new account signups receive a free $30 deposit to their account. The Dark Horse Bets app was designed for people new to horse racing, making wagering simple with smart picks predictions available for all races. Get your free $30 now by signing up for Dark Horse Bets. Scan the QR code on the front of your program. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 4, we had a claim to report. Claim for $4,000 was number 1 Stone Cafe, claimed by Jared Brown, owner-trainer. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have a $7,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to tackle the 1 mile distance. Number 5, Behaving Myself. The owner should read Waylon Delorme. Quick look back at race number 4, Stretch, a bad beat by Lucky Break. And I took the wrong Gardapi horse.
You did, yes. It was a bad beating. There's no Lucky Break on that. It's a terrible name. Anyway, we talked.
Yeah, there wasn't a Lucky Break.
We talked about the 4-horse, and we talked about the competition, and I also mentioned that this horse had won 14 races, and that makes a difference. If you saw it, the last 16, that horse was just grinding. It was the horse doing the work. The jockey had to hang on and just knew he had to get to the wire first, and he did, and that was kind of the difference. The wire, good horse race for sure. Kicking off, that's the second biggest pick 4 of the year at $127,000. The Derby yesterday was the biggest with that guarantee. So thanks for jumping in. You've got our pick 4 money already.
Yeah,
so
already eaten up, but it was only $24 for
That's
me.
true. So anyway, let's keep going. Some good races finishing out.
Definitely is.
So if Danielle can find the 2-horse, she's on the camera today. There we go. This horse. This is good when you watch the races as much as we do and play them. We make notes of track conditions. And this one on this day, the 25th, everything was going gate to wire. It was very difficult to close. Side Street Dave went gate to wire in that race, and nobody really could make up that much ground. And you take a look at the 2, actually gained 4 lengths on the leader, which is quite impressive. And actually, if anything, this horse was a little farther back than normally. Jared Brown gets this horse back, and he's won with this horse already. Is another one of these horses that likes to win, 3 to 4 in the money at the Downs.
Yeah, I like this horse also. I'm taking a shot on number 5, Behaving Myself. This horse brings big speed to the race. The 1 and 3 are other ones who could offer speed in here, but Behaving Myself has been at Hawthorne and cutting some serious fractions down there. 46 and change, 111, all of those solid. And if this horse can shake free, it goes wire to wire every time that does happen. When it gets that early lead, a little bit of a breather. I think that could happen today with jockey Antonio Whitehall.
For sure. You always know who these type that when they always get the lead, you get it. This horse, I was wondering, you look back, was off slow a few times, and then they must have figured it out. So hopefully Perry has this horse figured out how to get him out of the gate. My other selection is the 4, Rail Splitter. This horse ran a nice race, should get a nice dream trip along the rail. Is always right there, already has a win this year, 4 for 4 in the money. Fits in this condition, is off a claim. So that, and then the Curtis has a nice return of 2 out of 2 claim winners out of 5 this time when he claims it. So something to consider there. I think that horse will step up a little too.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 1, Merrimack. This horse 2 outs ago rallied from off the pace to win by a narrow nose in a 4-horse photo. Came back in a first level allowance, went to the front end, tried to steal it in hot fractions. But Manodura, the Derby winner, was in there. And Gallon Oak, who we also seen come back and win yesterday. So Merrimack wasn't a tough field, but I don't think this horse will be on the front end. Expect for a rallying effort. And if it runs the same race as 2 outs ago, has a shot.
For sure. Let's go to the 6. And if there is a battle up front, we know the 5's going, a few others. Maybe that 1 decides to go. I agree with you. I don't think so. But again, July 25th day, this horse is a closer usually, maybe sometime. Not going to close that day. And so 16 to 1. These are one of these sleepers that gets the trip and the fair track. We saw that you can close. So maybe don't leave that one out in at least your exactors or tries.
Also look at number 3, Ride 'em. I took this horse in third, has yet to really run a bad race. The first time out of the year was in for allowance. That was too tough, but since then has been banging on the door, knocked it out with Side Street Dave and paid for it. But I think this horse can stalk, and if it does do that, has a good shot to get the win.
Yeah, for sure. And don't forget the 7 on the outside. This is making that good big drop in class, racing against some real good ones. And you back going 7 furlongs, only lost by 4 3/4 to Percibility. He's a runner. And then a few back. Last race, maybe a little flat, but everybody was losing to Jafafa last time. He won again yesterday. So this horse is certainly live, 6-1.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Stretch, what do you got?
I've got 2 races. I'm going to do
we can both cash.
We can
on
both
this one.
cash. I'm going to run a place parlay. Hopefully it can come in and building for the high 5 in the next race. So 40 place on 2, just in case maybe your speed horse gets away on him.
And I'm going 30 to win on 5. I'm going to try and go wire to wire. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5. And we'll see you back for race number 6 with a carryover in the classic high 5. Horse on the track for race number 5, our VIP 10 of the night race. They're going to go 1 mile for $14,800. Number 1 is Merrimack, owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson with Tim Tarasenko. Number 2 is Bottle of Smoke, owned by John Gannis, trained by Jared Brown, with Hodegay Carreño. Number 3 is Ride 'em, owned by Staff Max Stable, trained by Curtis Maxwell, with Chavi and Chow. Number 4 is Real Splitter, owned by Staff Max Stable and Double DZ Stable, trained by Curtis Maxwell, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 5 is Behaving Myself, owned by Waylon Delorme, trained by Perry Cavanaugh, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Maybe Sometime, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson, with Fraser Abley. Rounding out the field is number 7, The Boss Factor, owned by Quinny Racing, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr., with Ronald Alley. Our VIP Fan of the Night race. Here in race number 5, they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Going a mile or 8 furlongs. They go past the wire twice, so be ready for that. Wide open race. I know the 2's the favorite. Deserves to be the favorite. It's running so well. Last time got a little too far back. Too much to do to try to get up. I think if this horse can sit a little bit closer and if there's a bit of a duel, then he can get there. Who's he got to catch? Well, that would be the 5. This horse just loves being on the front end and kind of keeps going and as far as he can go. That would be the one he's got to run down. Bit of a little sleeper in the one is the 4 horse. 9-2 is more than fair odds. He'll be sitting back in about 3rd or 4th and try to make a late run along the rail. So I'm going to give you 2, 5, and 1. 2, 5, 4. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on 2 and 5, but I'm taking the 5 on top. I think he's the biggest speed of the race. He gets him out of the gate. He is ready to rock and roll. Whenever he opens up, he goes all the way gate to wire. I do like Bottle of Smoke that was on a racetrack favoring speed. And number 3, Ride 'em, who got a rough ride on the outside last time out. If he sits a little bit back and makes his charge, you're going to be well rewarded at 8-1. I'm going to give you 5, 2, and 3. Good luck here in race 5. Now just waiting on Boss Factor to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, that's Rail Splitter. Showing a little bit of early speed. Behaving Myself now will take over as a leader as they pass the grandstand for the first time. Back to second, Rail Splitter, Bottle of Smoke. Up close early, 3 wide on the rail. Merrimack in fourth. Fifth on the outside, close up also is Rydom. Then it's going to be the Boss Factor and the early trailer. Maybe sometime. The opening quarter, 23-3, and Behaving Myself as the lead by a length and a half. To the outside, an unhurried Rail Splitter, 3 wide, Bottle of Smoke. Merrimack on the rail. Rydom is getting closer with the Boss Factor and the trailer still maybe sometime. The half 48-1. Rail Splitter now engages Behaving Myself. These two battling it out. In third, Bottle of Smoke trying to reel them in with Rydom to the outside. 3/4. 113-2. They hit the head of the lane, and these two now separating by 4. Behaving Myself on the inside. Rail Splitter knobbing at the 16th pole, nose and nose. Behaving Myself. Rail Splitter. Behaving Myself is gonna take it. Rail Splitter second best. Third is gonna go to Bottle of Smoke, and fourth to maybe sometime. The Stewart's supposed to number 5, Behaving Myself as the race winner. Second goes to number 4, Rail Splitter. Third to number 2, Bottle of Smoke. And fourth to number 6, Maybe Sometime. They went the opening quarter 23-3. The half 48-1. 6 furlongs, 113-1. 7 furlongs, 126-3. Time for the mile, 140-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of our VIP Fan of the Night race. That's number 5, Behaving Myself. Behaving Myself is a gray roan gelding, 5 years old, by Malibu Moon, out of the mare Simpri Mia by Scat Daddy. Owned by Waylon Delorme, trained by Perry Cavanaugh, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the mile, 140-1. Congratulations goes out to jockey Antonio Whitehall, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Antonio Whitehall. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Classic high five wagering. There is a carryover of over $22,000, and there are no changes. Classic high five here in race number 6. And just a reminder to get your Chase Ace tickets for our weekly draw. The progressive jackpot guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com or here in person at guest services or the VLT cashier's cage. The weekly draw will take place tomorrow at 9 p.m., so get your tickets now. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. Classic high five wagering with a carryover of over $22,000 going in for this allowance non-2-lifer. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 5. Great ride by Antonio Whitehall, getting the lead and battling all the way to the wire and hanging on for the win.
Yeah, exactly. It was a game ride. Got loose. The rail splitter had to be close and try to press, but that horse has been running game. You made the key point about the 5 or the what was it, Caltown? That won. Oh, smart call.
Yeah.
That's why you liked that horse last time, and he won here because you looked the research up of the Holy Muchacho.
Yeah, Holy Muchacho, who won 5 out of 6 races.
Correct. And so that figures were good, and yeah, a real good horse race, another one. So let's move on to the 6th race with, how good is this? We use our carryover mandatory goes yesterday, but not to worry, we have a big one that goes today. This is what I wait for. Let's start with my top selection that I do like is the 4. Blazing Bow's been running so good. I thought this horse wasn't sure what running style. If he gets out, like that first race of the year this year was so impressive. I had notes from this horse last year waiting for him, and he met expectations by so many. 2 back was no good, but hopped at the break. If this horse gets out, he's a different horse. 2 back, or last time, beat Discovery Peak, who ran 5th.
In the Derby last night.
And a nice race closing late. So clearly a live race, and just can't get too far off it. It's one of those, you think this horse is going to go to the lead or come off?
Well, I don't know, because he's learned how to rate, and that is a total key. Yeah, that wire-to-wire win, that was not the toughest race that day, and he was much the best, but now he's been going against the better horses, and I really like how he is able to rate a speed horse. So you can go either way. The horse I like in here is a 2021 grad of the sale. Number 3, I Love My Life. This horse ran a good second last time out to Private Frank, who is yet to lose in 2023. Time before that was My Noah and Jafafa. Jafafa's come back to win 2. Chicago's Gray had won 3 in a row. And Saxon Saga won that race, beat it, and then went on to be stakes placed in the next 2 and then winning the Derby trial. This is a much easier race for I Love My Life. 2-1 on the board, and deservedly so.
Absolutely. We've got co-favorites, and that's kind of the horse I think is in the mix. I went elsewhere just on the 7. I thought this horse was in the improvement. I like the angle showing speed going a mile and then now cutting back after winning big last time. Or 2 starts as the maiden race. I think this horse is certainly can be right there. Certainly not, I don't think he's going to go to the lead. He's got more mile speed than the 6. So, yeah, that's my 3-1. Not really a big price.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 2, Lollipop Kid. This horse's debut race was a rallying one, but unfortunately ran into Jafafa, then came back, had a loose, easy lead, and Attaboy Cookie rallied from the back and got the win. Went over to Century Mile, opened up easy, got caught, but last time out was reserved on the front end and lasted to the wire. I don't know if Lollipop Kid has the speed of some of these other ones, but it will be forward in the race and should mind the distance.
We both have the 6 as our 3rd selection. And I think we both probably have a 3rd because most of the races are on the turf. But 2 back is a real nice race. Was closing late. Watched the race. Looked good. This horse had run 3-4 starts last year, and it wasn't great. The numbers were a little bit lower. But since this horse has turned 4, clearly improved. Figures have gone up. If that one race repeats, certainly deserves to be right there.
Also, take a look at number 1, My Boy Christian. They're taking the blinkers off today. Was claimed out of the last start by Michael Rowe and ran a really good second to Unusual Account, who was sitting on a win and got the win that day. My Boy Christian is taking a big jump up to this allowance level, but was at the $10,000 level and ran into a very tough Papa Oscar Whiskey, who you'll see in race 7. Not totally out of the question for my boy Christian, but I don't think is a big win play.
No, but certainly we got the high five. You need those fourth and fifth or third spots. It certainly can be there. And the 5 horse, I have notes on this horse that it's improving each time. Does have to improve a little bit more to be in the money. But watch out. This horse could sit back. If 3 or 4 horses go to the lead, this could be the one that kind of picks up the pieces and helps the high five pay.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 6. And Stretch, we know you're going after the classic high five, but I'm going to join you.
Yes, for sure. So I wait for these at all the other tracks. When you get this carryover, especially when there's 7 races, you got to jump in on this. I've got 2 tickets, and I play it like this just in case the favorites come in. So it's 3, 4, 6, 7 all the way down and hit the all in last spot. So I'm basically playing a superfecta. And then the other one, 4 is my top selection with the same ones, but adding the 1 in the 4th and 5th spot.
Yeah, the only bad thing is you got to get all 4 in for kind of a box there for the superfecta. I did mine a little bit differently. I took 3, 4, 6, 3, 4, 6, added the 7, 3, 4, 6, 7, and then I left the 3 out of the bottom. I went 1, 4, 6, 7, then hit the all button. Mine's $66. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7. Horse on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $18,000. Number 1 is My Boy Christian, owned by Unity Racing Stable, trained by Michael Rowe with Andre Martin. Number 2 is Lollipop Kid, owned by Shelley Brown and Oslin and Christina Bell, trained by Shelley Brown with Fraser Abley. Number 3 is I Love My Life, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Blazing Bow, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. Number 5 is Kentucky Jake, owned by Al Daly Estate Stable, trained by Fred Rawson with Demario Bino. Number 6 is Wit America, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Arthur Badu. Rounding out the field is number 7, Properly Connected, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Classic high five wagering here in race number 6. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 5, we had 3 claims to report. First off, claim for $7,500. Number 2, Bottle of Smoke, claimed by Black Diamond Stable trainer Tom Gardepy. Also claimed for $7,500. Number 4, Rail Splitter, claimed by My Three Nieces Stable trainer Mike Taphorn. And claimed for $7,500. Number 5, Behaving Myself, your race winner, claimed by Two Bit Outfit trainer Larry Sizik.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys going 6 furlongs in this hi-fi carryover that somebody wins it if they pick it. The selections. Let's go to the 4 as the top selection. Is the current lukewarm favorite. This horse has been running some tough customers. Actually beat a Derby contender yesterday. This horse could go to the lead or just sit off. Just has to get out of the gate. Gets out of the gate. Watch out. Others to look at. That'll be the 7. I think he's going to stalk and then kind of make a late run. 7-2. The Invader from Lone Star Park is at 6-1. If runs back to that dirt race, certainly can be right there. Good race. 4, 7, and 6. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I like number 3, I Love My Life. Has tested some real tough company. Now gets to go into this allowance non-2-lifer that it had a little problems with 2 outs ago, but that was an insanely tough race. This is much easier, so I'm liking the 3-1. I agree Blazing Bow has run really well and deserves to be the favorite. And round it out with Wit America. This horse could come running late. I'll give 3, 4, and 6. Good luck here in race 6.
It's post time.
Lollipop Kid was the first to go into the starting gate. Next up, I Love My Life. The 8-5 now, 9-5 favorite, Blazing Bow, walks in. Kentucky Jake will be next. Win America steps up and in. Just 2 left to load. Properly Connected. Now just waiting on My Boy Christian to the inside. The field is set. They're at the post. My Boy Christian acting up a little behind the starting gate. My Boy Christian now reloaded. Andre Martin climbs back aboard. The field is set. And they're off. Quickly from the outside, Properly Connected. Showing good early speed and opens up by 2 lengths. Lollipop Kid in second. Back in third, Win America. I Love My Life, Blazing Bow. They're running as a pair. Then it's Kentucky Jake and My Boy Christian will be the early trailer. 22-4 the opening quarter. And it's Properly Connected and Lollipop Kid. These two rallying from off the pace. That's I Love My Life and Blazing Bow. Right behind those leaders, Kentucky Jake starting to roll back to Win America. And My Boy Christian, they hit the head of the lane. Lollipop Kid with the lead by a neck on the far outside. Blazing Bow has dead aim and goes on by. Blazing Bow inside the 16th pole is going to draw away and win by 2. Second best, Lollipop Kid. Third is going to go to Properly Connected. Fourth, I Love My Life. And fifth, Kentucky Jake. The Stewart's supposed to number 4, Blazing Bow. As a race winner, second goes to number 2, Lollipop Kid. Third to number 7, Properly Connected. Fourth to number 3, I Love My Life. And fifth to number 5, Kentucky Jake. They went the opening quarter 22-4, the half 46-1. 5 furlongs, 59 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 6. That's number 4, Blazing Bow. Blazing Bow is a bay gelding, 3 years old, by Oxbow, out of the mare Tampanel by Tap It. Owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden to victory by Chavi and Chow. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12-1. Congratulations goes out to trainer Michael Nault and jockey Chavi and Chow, who team up for the double. 2 wins for trainer Michael Nault and jockey Chavi and Chow. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Another classic high 5 race. Number 1, Armavir, will race with the shadow roll on. Once again, classic high 5 here in race number 7. They go to post in 15 minutes. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine, $4.75 and 25% off all appetizers. Plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 6. Well-stretched Blazing Bow can show speed, but didn't want to today and didn't need to. Perfect ride by Chavi and Chow.
It was, and that's what I had started to see this horse just getting a little bit better. Broke fine, which was nice. Got the horse in the right position. Real good race by the 2. That side surprised me a little bit of such a really, really good effort. Battled. That horse has clearly figured it out, and watch out for him next time.
Maybe the break in the weights helped there with
that's a good
Fraser
point.
aboard. Okay, on to race number 7, Stretch. Who do you like?
All right, I think it's we're going to double check I got the right horse. You're at the 7. Yes, I'll take 10-1.
Yeah, no doubt.
Let's run the race. Okay, let's go with why I like the 7 is multiple reasons. Let's start with this horse was up against it last time. You did like outcome. That horse, you liked it because the horse would go to the lead.
Yes.
And that was a relatively speed-favoring day. This horse needs to come off the pace, needs a battle early, and I think today we'll get one. They decide they take blinkers off to try something, and that's fair. This first start going 2 turns, this horse crushed the field, circled, and one going away, and then 2 back was against Lab Rat. That's just too tough of a race.
Yeah, went wire to wire.
Correct. And in a tough race, we saw Rail Splitter run a nice race a couple back. So, right track, can close, 9-1. I should stop talking so then people can look elsewhere. The odds are too high. Move on. Forget
all right,
the 7.
another horse that I like in here is the favorite, number 3, Terra Tattoo. Really hasn't run a bad race so far. Ran second first time out, winning the allowances against Lucky Chucky, who came back to win, then dropped back to the non-2, got it done, and was narrowly denied to Outcome, who cut out the fractions and ended up staying in the end. I think there is pace in here between the 2, White Rose Spirit, the 4, Wits Rojo, and the 5, Papa Oscar Whiskey, so no lack of speed for Terra Tattoo to run at.
No, I like your selection as well. I could have put that horse on top, just taking a bit of a price. Let's go to the 5, who's probably the speed of the speed. This horse is coming out of a couple very, very tough races. This horse tried to chase Jaffafa, however you want to call it today. And no chance against that one. When it did get loose going 6, you saw what happened, 1 by 5. We'll get a bit of a pace battle up front, but might be able to put the speed away early enough and try to open it up. They're going 7.5, so you got a bit of time to get to the turn.
Yeah, this is a horse that doesn't have to go
Correct.
to the lead, but has been since arriving at the Downs. Another horse to look at, number 6, Bear Me a Moment. This was a 2018 sales grad of the yearling sale here. Bear Me a Moment, 2 outs ago, lost by a narrow neck to Double Time, who was loose on the front end in the comeback race. Made a good move. This horse had the lead, and then Favorite went on by with about 3 jumps before the wire. This horse ran huge. I picked it last time out. This horse does have a chance in here, and you're getting 17-1.
Absolutely. A good selection. You might see that in one of my tickets. Let's go to the 2. I was a bit of a crushing blow last time this horse ran.
Oh, was it ever against Saturday's service?
Correct. Ran a nice race duel to open up, only to get beat late, and beat the rest of the field by 10. It's an angle I like, and so it's back. It is a filly against the boys, but this level, the fillies have been doing very well against the boys. You see, this horse ran 3rd against Bear Me a Moment and Favorite in a pace race. So this horse won't be out of place running against the boys.
No, not at all. And you get a huge break in the weights with Fraser aboard. Another horse to look at, number 1, Armavir. Shadow Roll on today. This horse tried to show speed last time out, but that didn't work out. The race before that was much better, where it tried to rally into it. Toil and Trouble was just way too good and drew off to win by an easy 7. Armavir will get the shortest trip around the racetrack on the rail, so you might want to throw this one in your tries, supers, and high fives.
For sure. And let's go to the 4 who lit up the tote board last time.
Did it ever?
Got loose early, got a bit of a battle, and kind of kept going. Maybe the track condition helped a little bit, but dug in very gamely to keep going. You see the odds, paid over $50 to win. is going to have some pressure early, but these horses, they can get brave after they win a couple races, especially how game that horse ran last time.
And number 8, Uncle Mo's Cat. This horse has been steadily dropped into this non-3 2 outs ago, was bet off the board, but didn't fare so well. The comeback race did have a little bit of trouble in there, only got beat by 3 3/4 lengths. Draws outside, probably not the best position to be. Probably will get a wide trip.
We'll get a wide trip, but if it decides to wake up and run back to some of the races from last year, it would actually crush this field with some of those races back there.
Oh, without a doubt, those Monstradamus, Himmelstein, Golden-Eyed type of races, even maybe sometime the last one of the year, any of those would have been the favorite, but not as of late. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 7. Stretch, how are you ending it off?
Well, I had a simple $40 to place on the 7. And so, is it a stretch change alert? No, it's a stretch add alert.
Oh.
So, don't forget that one. Beth, let's throw up that try, 357 with 357. There, look at that. They threw another one for me. I got more space. I could probably fit 3 more bets on the screen.
Well, you probably could, but then we wouldn't see the horses.
That's true. Everybody wants to see the horses.
Yeah, they don't want to just see your bets.
No, they don't want to. Especially
unless they're winners.
Yeah, they haven't been lately. A couple of bad beats. So there's the try, 357, 357 with 2, 3, 5, 6, 7.
And myself, I'm going after the tractor also. I'm doing my favorite tractor, 3737 with 256. And then I'm going 37, throwing in the wedge, 256 in the middle with 37. Those are $6 each for $1. I'm making them $2. That's 24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7. We'll see you back 6:45 Central tomorrow for ASD Live. The horse on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $10,200. Number 1 is Armavir, owned by Monique Goulet, trained by Will Taranjo with Demario Bino. Number 2 is White Rose Spirit, owned and trained by Shelley Brown with Fraser Abley. Number 3 is Terra Tattoo, owned and trained by Maria Stanford with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Wits Rojo, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Stanley Shady Jr. Number 5 is Papa Oscar Whiskey, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Sven Balru. Number 6 is Bear Me a Moment, owned by Carol Brown, trained by Alan Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 7 is Runaway Hurricane, owned by Evan Salmond, trained by Elton Dickey with Chavi and Chow. Rounding out the field is number 8, Uncle Mo's Cat, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan with Antonio Whitehall. Classic high five wagering. Here in race 7, they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Closing out, going 7.5 furlongs. We got 7 boys, 1 girl in a good field. Let's start with the 7 on the outside. This horse will be sitting at the back, probably about 5th or 6th spot. Try to make a late move. They've decided to take the blinkers off after being claimed. I think that horse is going to wake up a little bit more. Needs that pace battle, which I think you will get. The other one who beat the 7 last time, that's the 3. This horse is the favorite, deserves to be. He's been running well. If, again, it gets the battle up front, should be right there. Who's the speed of the speed? That's the 5. Dropping in class is going to go as fast and as far as he can go and see if he can steal it. But let's go 7, 3, and 5 to close the night out, Kirt.
Yeah, it's Stretch. I ended up going to number 3, Terratantu. Should be able to sit right behind the speed and make a good rally. The 5-horse Pop Oscar Whiskey could be the speed of the speed in here, taking the drop from 10,000. And I do like number 7, Runaway Hurricane. This horse was against the speed last time out that was carrying on the racetrack. Same horses, different order, 3, 5, and 7 for me. Good luck here in race 7. Armavir, the first one in for the nightcap. White Rose Spirit is also in. Next up, the 2-1 favorite. That's Terra Tattoo. Wits Rojo now goes up and in. Papa Oscar Whiskey is next. Bear Me a Moment's turn. Just 2 left to load. Runaway Hurricane. And just waiting on Uncle Mo's Cat to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, White Rose Spirit. Showing speed with Wits Rojo. To the outside, Papa Oscar Whiskey. Settled back in third. Terra Tattoo on the inside in fourth. Armavir on the rail in fifth with Uncle Mo's Cat to the outside. 2 more lengths back to Runaway Hurricane and the early trailer. Bear Me a Moment. 23-2 the opening quarter. And Wits Rojo has the lead by about a half a length. In between horses, Terra Tattoo. 3 wide, Pop Oscar Whiskey. Coming up the fence is White Rose Spirit. 3 lengths back to Armavir. Making a rally, Bear Me a Moment. And your 2 early trailers now, Runaway Hurricane and Uncle Mo's Cat. 47-2, a hot half mile. And the leader is now Terra Tattoo. White Rose Spirit to the outside, now taking over the lead. 3/4 in 1:14. White Rose Spirit. Second is Terra Tattoo, a 1/16 of a mile to go. And this is White Rose Spirit, who's going to win by 3. Terra Tattoo, second best. Third's going to go to Bear Me a Moment. Fourth to Runaway Hurricane. Close for 5th. Stewart's supposed to number 2, White Rose Spirit, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Terra Tattoo. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. They went the 1/4 mile, 23-2. The half, 47-2. 6 furlongs, 1:14. 7 furlongs, 1:27-2. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:34-3. Results of the photos show number 6, Bear Me a Moment. Finishing third. Fourth goes to number 7, Runaway Hurricane. And fifth to number 1, Armavir. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. We have a rider's objection. Neville Stevenson aboard number 3, Terra Tattoo, has claimed interference. against number 2, White Rose Spirit, and jockey Fraser Abley. Rider's objection, 3 on 2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 7, that's number 2, White Rose Spirit. White Rose Spirit is a bay filly, 4 years old, by producer, under the mare Wild Intention by AP Indy. Owned and trained by Shelley Brown, and ridden to unofficial victory by Fraser Abley. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:34 3. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a rider's objection, 3 on 2. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards have disallowed the claim of foul as it did not affect the outcome of the race. 2 3, 6, 7, 1 will become official. Well, now head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine, $4.75 and 25% off all appetizers. Racing resumes tomorrow at 7:30. See you then. Those on hand, head up to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the television monitor is the objection tape from race number 7. Neville Stevenson aboard number 3, Terra Tattoo, claimed interference. Ain't your unofficial winner, now official. Number 2, White Rose Spirit. This is the pan shot. You can let it roll from here, guys. Pay special attention. Tin White on the outside. That's White Rose Spirit. To the inside, Terra Tattoo. Right there is where the objection was called by Neville Stevenson. Let's show it again, guys. And once again, it's a 2 at the front. The 3 right in behind. And after reviewing the films, the steward's decision was it did not affect the outcome of the race.